Welcome again to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the day. Michelle also will be accompanying me. So today we are going to make some Swedish overlays, which is a process involving folding bubbles over one another. And so it's a very interesting process for dual layers of color. So when you cut away at one layer, you'll be able to see the opposite layer come through. And then we'll also be pulling cane, which is why we have these ladders on the ground. And so we will gather the cane, and then when it's all finished being properly gathered in shape, we'll pull it out. Two people will pull it out and extend it across the room. And so later, after we pull out enough pieces of cane, we'll chop it down when it cools down. And so right now in the process, what we are doing is we're preparing to do a color overlay. And so like I said earlier, all of the color that comes from the furnace is clear. And then we'll work in and out of the glory holes to reheat the glass. And so can we please see the color application that's being applied today to the clear glass? Can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Did you look for a diagram of it? Okay, cool. Well, So Gabe blew some air into the bubble and then he capped it. He blew it and it extended that color, that initial color. He's going to be making a cup today with dual colors. So he's making little cups with dual colors. I can show you some of the little cups that he's making today. So in order to make these small, oh, they're no longer there, but in order to make these small cups, he has to blow out a long tube. So he's preparing the bubble to be able to stretch it out, and it'll become a tube of hollow glass. He'll cut it, and then we'll park it in our garage here. And our garage is an oven that's held at a steady temperature, so pieces can be parked and then reworked into the process later. So they're just sitting idly. And so you see here, we're now pulling the cane and we applied the two, like I said we would earlier. And now we're gonna stretch it all the way across the room and then it'll begin to chill and we'll cut it into cross sections later. And so as the glass at the opposite ends where the gathers initially were, as it begins to cool down, Courtney will have to stop stretching and lay it down because it's so cold now that we can't continue to pull it apart. It's kind of like taffy. So now Gabe has laid another overlay over that initial bubble. So the inside is white and the outside looks orange, but it's just radiant heat. So now as he takes the jacks, he'll begin to slowly shape and overlay that color around the white bubble. So then when he starts to blow it out, the inside will be white and the outside will be a different color. So Sarah gathered from the furnace and she picked up some clear glass and she's going to gather enough to be able to stretch out another piece of cane across the ladders. But she has to wait so that initial gather can start to cool down a little bit, because as we continue to go into the furnace, the glass can't be super duper hot. It'll just become kind of a melted mess. So we have to allow that first gather to chill before we expand and gather more glass. When you guys have a chance to go around and visit all the exhibits, there's one really awesome exhibit that we have. It's located in the art alley. It's known as Kids Design Glass. And this exhibit is to encourage the youth from the age of about 1 to 12 to create like fine artists do here in the Hot Shop. And so Kids Design Glass is a program that started, I want to say about 10 plus years ago. And I can show you guys a bit more about this exhibit better than I can tell you. So can we please see the Kids Design Glass video?
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
And especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win them.
But,
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it? A cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
You can learn more about our Kids Design Glass program online, or you're more than welcome to also pick up a form to submit for Kids Design Glass if you're interested in the Grand Hall located at the table to your right when you exit the hot shop. If you're just joining us, welcome to the hot shop here at Museum of Glass. My name is Emily. Michelle and I will be your MCs for the day. Michelle, wave hi to everybody. So I'll start by giving you all a basic overview of what we're doing today, or the process of glass blowing, and then I'll get into what's happening in the hot shop. Everything that we do here begins in the furnace. The furnace is a large ceramic tank that's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds approximately up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. And so it'll be the silver tank there with the black door. It gets up to about 2,100 degrees, and so it's really hot. And there's a door on the furnace because that's where all the glass is located. We keep the doors so different particles won't float into the glass. And then from there, dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. And so when you go in and you start to rotate that steel pipe, you'll start the glass will begin to gather, and you'll get a really nice little ball of glass on the end. And then from there, we'll go in and out of the glory hole. The glory hole is the large drum-shaped oven here. You'll see Gabe going in to get a nice flash. There's no glass inside of the glory hole. It's powered by natural gas and forced air also, and it's used to reheat the glass. The temperature is kept around 2,300 degrees. And so today we are making a long tube that consists of 2 different colors. It's going to be cut down, and we'll have little small cups. The purpose of this process is to be able to cut into later. I'm sorry, we're gonna actually use this tube for little cups like this here. So the inside's white and the outside has a nice blue overlay. That is for our Red Hot Gala this year. We are making goblets, and that's the top of the goblet, the cup of the goblet. Courtney's preparing another piece of cane to be pulled out and laid down, and then it's chopped up and laid here on the ladder. The cane is also being prepared for an artist that will be visiting us. And so the work that we're doing today is for preparation of an artist that will be visiting us. Her name is Andrea Dezo. Andrea Dezo. So what she does is she overlays images on the glass, and then she'll carve into it so it can reveal the negative that was once covered. And the positive was sandblasted away. You can see some of her work up here on the big screen. And so as Gabe goes in with his jacks, he's opening up the beginning of the tube, so when he cuts it, it'll be just little small cups. The jacks are used for multiple purposes. As you can see, they're used for shaping and for pinching the glass. Daria got picked up like a tool to be able to receive this when it's knocked off the pipe, and then she'll put it into the garage. The garage is an oven where items are placed and they're held to be worked back into the process later. And so when it's reworked into the process, it'll be picked up and the little cup will be laid over the top of a clear bubble, and then we'll open up the cup here that exists. And so that's the final product of those little color cups. My name is Emily. If you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand, and Michelle or I will be happy to answer your questions. As we continue to extract glass from the furnace, there's a process that we do known as charging the furnace to be able to replenish the furnace with glass. And so can we please see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Well, the question was, how do we get color in glass? And so glass that exists in the furnace here is colorless. And so we apply little pieces of color in different ways. And so we have frit, and then we have color bar, and we also have color powder. And so what we did in the process of what Gabe is working on now, which is the tube, is we applied one color bar over a clear bubble, and then we shaped that and we encased the clear bubble, which was white, and then we added another color on top of that. So this one actually has dual colors, which is the blue color you see on the top, and that's why you can no longer see through the cup, because there's two colors applied, but that's how glass gets color. And so Sarah attached her gather of clear glass to Courtney's gather of clear glass, and so now as they begin to walk backwards, the glass will start stretch. As the glass starts to cool where the initial gather was located, they'll eventually have to stop pulling, lay it down, break it off, and then cut it. So this cane is just prep work for the artist that's coming that'll be reincorporated into the process later. So everything is prep work today that you're seeing to be able to enhance or add features to whatever they're making. Because glass, you have to add it in different layers to be able to have different effects. And so you can't prepare this while you want to add it. It'll just be too much going on. So as long as it can be picked up in a way that it's rolled into the process literally, then it works.
So we just watched the cane being pulled. Now, if you've been paying attention to what Gabe is doing, the reason we are doing this cups, we did see a couple of those pictures earlier. Can we re-show those, that artwork of Andrea Dejo's? Oh, we're making goblets. But we're doing both. We're doing both. We are doing. So we are pulling blanks for goblets and for this artwork. So this piece we are looking at is 2 different colors, and that is what's going to happen. We're going to make some pieces that look a little bit like this. I confused myself. We're making blanks for goblets, but we're also going to make pieces that look like this. Now, the picture that we are looking at, we're not going to see the artwork like this today, but they've made these by this process called Swedish overlay. Now, what's going to happen with these pieces is Andrea is going to put a specialized tape over them and draw pictures. Now, the background we're going to remove, and then we're going to sandblast these blanks. That is what gave you those 2 different colors we were seeing. Is what was sandblasted through was that white color that's underneath, and that darker color is on the outside. I thought that was what Gabe is doing, but what Gabe is actually doing is making blanks for a goblet.
So now that the cup has gotten smaller, Gabe has stretched it out a bit so he's able to pull a couple more cups from the end of this cup. And then he'll move into a different process today. He'll give it a nice little flash of air and then slowly cut it off, and Dario will park it in the garage. So if you look at the far right table, Sarah has gathered another really big gather of glass that she's going to pull across the floor with Courtney. Do we have any other examples of pulling cane? Possibly by Nancy Callahan would be great to see. Cane is not always clear. Cane also can have colors added to it. So cane can be pulled in many different ways. Another way of pulling cane is if you look up here on the screen, you'll see Nancy Callahan pull some cane. Be sure to join the conversation on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter, even YouTube. You can watch a vast amount of videos pertaining to glass art, and you can find us all by the handles of @Museum of Glass. So if you're just joining us, he has a question. If you're just joining us, we are currently working on pulling cane, and then we will do some cups with dual colors known as Swedish overlays. So I'll give you all a basic overview of the process, and then I'll catch you up on what the artists are doing now. So everything we do here starts in the furnace. For all of you that just joined us, I'll give you the whole overview. So everything we do here starts in the furnace. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds approximately 1,000 pounds of hot glass. So when you open that door on the furnace, it's the large ceramic tank that Daria just pulled from. When you open up that furnace, it gets up to about 2,100 degrees, and dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. So as you rotate that pipe, you'll then get a nice small gather of glass that you'll blow out, and it'll become like a bubble. And so the bubble is similar to a shape of a balloon. And then from there, you'll see us work in and out of the glory hole. The glory hole is a large drum-shaped oven. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. We actually turn the glory holes off at night. We don't leave them on. We light them up every morning. And the glory holes are only used to reheat glass, and so to keep it from breaking. There's no glass inside of the glory hole. And the temperature is kept around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And so what we're doing is we'll work in and out of the glory hole, and then from there we will apply color. We apply color in multiple different ways. We have color frit, color powder, and color overlay. Depending on what we're doing today, I believe we will be using the color overlay process the entire time. So I can tell you better than I can show you. Can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2,300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So we've moved on to our Swedish overlay process for the day. The Swedish overlay process will consist of 2 different colors and then 2 different bubbles, and the bubbles will be laid over, one bubble will be laid over another bubble stretched out. And as you can see in the picture here, the insides will reflect different colors than the outsides when they're cut and or sandblasted away at. And so Andrea Dezo is the artist that we're preparing for. And so what her work consists of is she lays sticker-like cutouts over a bubble, and then she'll sandblast away or acid etch away, and you'll be able to see the dual color bubble.
So we have located a little better example of the Swedish overlay. Can we see that slide?
Yeah, awesome. So question again. I lost train of my thought. Oh, yes. So the question was, is the table used to cool, the marvering table, is it used to cool or just for rolling? It actually does both. It serves a dual purpose of the metal helps like shape the glass, and so that's why they're rotating it, because as they're rotating, it's chilling, and we would like for it to chill, but when it gets a little too cold for us to continue to manipulate, we need to reheat it. And so it's like in the process. So, in reference to the process and like call out. So instead of talking about like what we'll do later, if we're not doing it yet, stick to what we're doing. You know what I mean? And so even though we had multiple things going on, okay, now we moved on. So now we can talk about the overlay. We don't have to share too much information about it. We can just make it a one-liner. You know, we don't need to see it because what they're doing doesn't apply, so we shouldn't tell them.
That other photo is not a good example.
What? Oh, I know it isn't. I know
That's
it isn't.
why.
But she was just trying to get it. Yeah, she's just trying to scam for it. Oh, sorry, sorry.
You'll like fancy, be like,
Yeah, but you need to talk to me. Not to talk to anyone else.
we get like earpiece microphone, you know, like the headphone.
I requested that. I don't know if they came out with this setup. It might be outdated.
Oh, guess what? Maybe we can see this some Monday.
So, we have a really exciting program here at Museum of Glass. It's known as Kids Design Glass, which encourages the youth from about the age of 1 to 12 to design like fine artists do. You submit an illustration, and after you submit your illustration, if your drawing is chosen, you will be able to come and work with the Hot Shop team and design your illustration. You sit with your family and you watch your illustration come to life in glass. So can we please see the Kids Design Glass video?
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
Bacon, baby.
All I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
And so you're welcome to find some more of the forms in the Grand Hall, or Michelle also passed some out to you all. Be sure to apply and then check out the Art Alley, and that's where all the Kids Design Glass live. Well, a few of the designs are on display. So as we continue to extract glass from the furnace, the question was, what was the guy over there doing when he was throwing stuff in the furnace? It's a process known as charging the furnace, and so when we extract the glass from the furnace, there's a way that we replenish our stock. It's known as charging the furnace. Can we please see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So now we're at the of the process where Gabe has created this really big bubble, and so eventually we'll get to the point where Sarah will bring over another bubble. Can we please see the Swedish overlay diagram? No, she's. And so you'll see that first bubble, and then the middle red orb is another bubble that's going to be laid over slowly and paddled backwards. And so the inside will be one color, the outside will be another color, and then the artist will go back later and rework this into her process to make it larger. And that is what we keep showing you, Andrea Dezzo's work. She lays down a negative, and then she'll sandblast or etch. And you'll see her work also in the What Are You Looking At exhibit. We have some of her cutouts, and we have a couple of her other pieces. Just read the labels to learn. So we have one of these cutouts inside of What Are You Looking At? It's the exhibit in our gallery, the first gallery to your right. And so as Gabe blocks the glass here, he's just giving it some shape. The blocks are made out of hollowed out cherry wood. And so as the steam, when the cold and the hot meet, the steam provides a layer of protection as he rotates back and forth. And we're stabilizing the outer layers, but the inner layers are still very hot. And so as Sarah's taking a gather, then she'll strip some of the glass into that bucket. The bucket is a place where we put glass that we're going to recycle. And so all the glass that does not contain color is considered uncontaminated, and we can recycle it later. But if it has color and it ends up on the floor here, we throw it away. Hello, welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. Thank you for joining us. We are creating a Swedish overlay cup that will be used into the process later. Yes, so is the glass hollow? The glass is hollow, and so as Daria blows into the end of that pipe, Gabe will go in with his papers, that they're newspapers folded up and drenched in water, soaked in water, and so it's the closest he can get to the glass without actually touching himself. It's a very intimate shaping tool. And so it is hollow, and what you see when you look at the bubble and the glass, they're two different entities in one. And so the glass is around the bubble, and it's very thick, and it radiates that orange, so it glows around the bubble. So you'll be able to see the halo now that I've explained it. So look at the halo, and so as she blows and she expands that glass, it is hollow, and that's why we blow, because we want it to stay hollow as we shape it. Can you see the distinction between the bubble and the glass without the bubble? And so telling it to you helps you see it. You can see it more. Yeah, right? Yeah. So she flows there. So just kind of look at So as Sarah goes in with her jacks at the very left side of her bubble, what she's doing is she's carving a line of tension to be able to remove herself later. This is her reference point. It's known as a jack line because she engraved it with her jacks. Gabe is sitting idly with his bubble. He's allowing it to cool. When we allow glass to cool, it takes shape. It holds shape because it'll chill where it's at. We always have to rotate. Rotating is the most important part of the process. If we don't rotate, gravity will pull the glass towards the ground. My name's Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and ask. So what is the flame for? That is, it's the fluffy flame. It's a fluffy torch. And so when it's on like this, it's just like your pilot light at home, like in your fireplace. And so when he actually ignites the torch, it blows out propane and oxygen, or natural gas and oxygen, and it actually gets up to about 2,500 degrees. And so as we attach the two cups, we will then start to heat the second cup that appears to be a burgundyish red with a hint of orange. Hello, welcome to the Museum of Glass here in the hot shop. We are making a Swedish overlay, which means we're going to take two bubbles and lay them on top of each other. Can we please see the Swedish overlay slide? For those that just joined us, you can look on the monitor here, and you'll see the Swedish overlay is two bubbles, and we're now at the point of number 3 that, in our diagram, or we're kind of at number 2 still. We're going to move to number 3, and you're going to watch how they lay the bubble over the original big clear bubble. So it's 1,000 pounds in, oh, no, there's no glass in the glory hole. The furnace. And so it's 1,000 pounds, up to 1,000 pounds. But when you apply it to a hollow steel rod, the rods range between 10 and 15 pounds. And then adding the glass is about, it can range from 5 pounds to 50 pounds. So it's all about how much glass you gather and the magnitude of the piece that you're making. And so now we're at the part of the process where Gabe is starting to lay a bubble and open it up and lay it over the clear bubble. So then that way we have a cup that has two colors. The inside's clear, the outside is in a different dark color, opaque color. So Gabe is using a pair of pachovies, which is a tool that is like a big tweezer, and it has wood on the bottom of each tongs, or of each side. And so what he's doing is, as Daria was blocking him with the wood, he's slowly pushing back that bubble to lay over the clear bubble. And so this glass is nice and hot, and Gabe has on a sleeve, and he has on gloves. He doesn't always have on sleeves and gloves, but because he's having to push this back very quickly, because he needs to be able to work as fast as he can while it's hot enough to be able to move. And so he has on a Kevlar sleeve. He's using his pachovies to slowly smooth the glass back. You always have to rotate the pipe in order to help the glass be molded properly. If you don't rotate the pipe, the glass might fall. It won't fall off, it'll just start to lean to the side. Gabe has on a glove. These gloves are to be able to get closer to the glass when it's really, really hot. That's why we wear gloves. And we also use gloves to catch glass when it's hot, when it falls off the pipe. It's molten hot glass, and so it's kind of like lava. It has some sand property in it, but it's man-made, so it's not exactly the same. So the glass looks orange now, but that's just the radiant heat. And so the color when it starts to cool down is cobalt, which is blue, and then the inside will be ruby red. And we laid it over a clear bubble, but you won't be able to see the clear because it's see-through. When Gabe is shooting at the glass, he's cooling it down. It's just air coming out of the air gun, not spraying anything over it. We use really simple components to be able to mold the glass and manipulate the glass. Like the papers here are just folded up newspaper that has been soaked in water. And so it allows Gabe to get as close as possible to the glass with his hands without being burned. So it's a very intimate shaping tool. As Gabe was shaping, he had Sarah blowing the air to make sure it stays inside. He's giving the punty, he's getting the clear piece nice and hot. He's giving it a flash because this portion of the glass is the last part to go in and the first part to come out of the glory hole when we are reheating the entire bubble, when we're reheating the entire piece. So we have to give it a flash. Can we please see a diagram of the glory hole? The glory hole is the large ceramic tank that, I'm sorry, it's the large drum-shaped oven. It's not a tank, it's an oven that Courtney is working in and out of. And what he's doing is he's just going in there to reheat his piece. At the nighttime, we turn off the glory hole. In the mornings, we light them up like the oven at home. They get up to about 2,300 degrees. There's a small furnace behind Daria that is, the temperature on the furnace is about 100 degrees right now. So when you stand in the front of, I'm sorry, I said furnace, I meant glory hole. So when you stand in front of the glory hole, your hand is hit with about 100 degrees. It's very, very hot. And Sarah blows into the piece, which enlarges the piece as Gabe continues to rotate back and forth with Courtney, and Daria is paddling the piece with those cherry wood paddles. She's not paddling the piece. She's just protecting Gabe from the heat because it's big and it's hot. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. So the question is, what is the ladder-like structure on the floor? If you can look over, you can see some cane. I can show you a smaller piece, actually. You'll see a piece of cane. We pulled this out. Can we please see the Nancy Callahan flat cane video? So we'll be able to take a look at how cane is made. Can we please see the Nancy Callahan pulling cane video? And so what we're doing here is we're rotating over the wet paper. It's a paper marver to reduce, to give a nice, smooth, even finish to the outside layer of the glass. And we don't want it to cool as quickly. And so what we're doing is with the papers, it will come down at a slower rate as in opposition to the marvering table that's a bit more, that will extract heat a bit quicker. So there's multiple reasons why we use different elements. This was water and paper, and it's called the paper marvering table. So one of our really awesome programs here at the Museum of Glass is known as Kids Design Glass. This is a program that encourages the youth to design like fine artists do. Can we please see the Kids Design Glass video?
monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, they did it, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win though.
But,
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
bacon, baby.
Oh, I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
So if you are a parent or grandparent, the application for that is online. We do have them in the front as well. Can we switch away AV real quick? Hello, my new group of friends. This is how they make glass. So how old is our group? You look probably, what, 8, 6 to 10. All right, so how many of you have never seen this before? Raise your hand. So I'm going to explain to you how this whole process works, and then at the end of it, and during, I'm going to answer some of your questions, and I will play you a video, kind of, I believe you might have seen the end of it a little bit. Now, I'm going to tell you what we're doing right now, and then I'll explain the whole thing. So right now, what we are doing, we are reheating this piece of glass, but the reason we're doing that is we're making blanks, kind of, and they're going to look like this. Now, how we got to where we are now is a process called Swedish overlay. Can we see that slide of our Swedish overlay? So I'm going to explain this and put the mic down and yell a little bit. But how we even got there, we have to start with some glass, right? So what we do is we start with the furnace. It is on 24/7. It can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass. And you know how hot it is in there? It is 2,100 degrees. And my AV, can we switch to the tiny camera again? And do you know we go through almost 2 tons of glass a year? And what we were talking about that furnace is this piece of equipment right here, and there are 2 on the floor. Now, all of that glass we start with in the furnace is clear. So what you're looking at right now is we have our amazing AV department, and she is messing and configuring this tiny little camera that we're going to use for something later. Now, glass needs to be at least 1,000 degrees to be worked with. Now, where we see Sarah, that is who is on screen. She is reheating that piece we are working with, and this is in, I was about to say the furnace, the glory hole. Can we see our glory hole diagram? Now, it's a little bit hotter in the glory hole than the furnace. It is 2,300 degrees, and there is no glass in there unless we're reheating something up, of course. Now, how this whole process works is we go to the furnace, we take a blowpipe, and we get a little gather. It's very much like dipping a spoon into a jar full of honey. Glass does have a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to stick to itself. And with that little gather on the end of their blowpipe, we blow a bubble that looks kind of like a tiny balloon. And believe it or not, 2 little tiny balloon-sized pieces of glass gave you what we're looking at on screen. And there are some new faces, and I mean this to the young and the old alike. If any of you have any questions at any time, please feel free to raise your hand, and I would love to answer them. Why do they use the fire thing? So are you talking about this fire right here? So this is called the fluffy torch. Now, this is used for a wide need of heat. There's another torch with a much more precise flame. So if they just need a quick little boost and they're not ready to put it back into the glory hole yet, they are going to use the fluffy torch. Why did they cut it? Wasn't it wobbly and jelly? So, how many of you have had Laffy Taffy? Have you ever watched candy being pulled like on a TV show? Glass kind of starts to become like taffy or like Laffy Taffy. The outside gets nice and hard and crunchy, but the inside is still gooey. And if you listen, sometimes when they bump pieces of glass off the end of the piece they're working with, you will hear it hit the ground and shatter, even though a moment ago they were able to bend it. How do we make the glass? You mean, where does it come from? Well, why don't we play our Charging the Furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So that is how we make our glass here at the museum. But to break it down, glass is sand, soda ash, and lime. Or for those of you who are more familiar with this, it is sand, sodium dioxide, and oh, you know what? I forgot the other one. It doesn't matter. So AV, can we give our little buddies some screen time, please? All right, everybody wave. Okay, I'm going to go through one more round of questions, and then I'm going to play a video for you. And this is going to let you know how you can make your own artwork, and it can be possibly made into glass right here in the hot shop.
How come you are making everything seem loud without the
What? How come there's no cord connected? Because our AV department is amazing. Do you know what that little window is? There's somebody in there who's controlling all of this right now. It's magic. So, my friends, I'm going to play this video for you now. Did we go to the restroom yet? Well, when you do, you will see all the kids design glass in that hallway. Can we play our kids design glass video?
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And then especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win them.
But, and
I think it's going to stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
So, my friends, I have a Museum of Glass sticker here for one of you. Now raise your hand. Now, who remembers how hot glass needs to be worked with? It is, you are right. Now, if any of you want to do the Kids Design Glass and do an entry, I have let your instructor know. But if it doesn't get done today, go home and tell your parents, and you can print them out for free online from our website. Now, you can do this once a month until you are the age of 13. The cutoff age is 12. Okay, any more questions while I still have you for a little bit? So we had a question, how do we put this on film? Do you want to wave AV department at our little friends down here? Oh, there you go. That's who does it. Say hi, Chris. Actually, you should tell him thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay, my friends, any more questions? Yes.
When you make glass,
How does the glass start out? So, we missed it a little earlier. We did actually refill our furnace. Now, you see the exit sign. The man that is standing there, that is Courtney. And kind of behind him, you see these silver tubes. So what happens is, this man right here, in the hat, in the colorful t-shirt, his name is Nick. Nick is the one who actually does that, and he takes all the ingredients that we are sent. It's like a cake mix of glass, and he pours it into those tubes, and then he takes those tubes and pours them into the furnace. Did we watch that video about charging the furnace already? Okay, so yeah, remember those tubes? Those tubes are actually sitting right there. How do they not get burnt? Oh, they get burnt. So the most common way they get burnt is the jacks. Now, the jacks, nobody is using them right now. Well, what Nick has in his hands, these are called pachovies, and those are really just jacks that have wood on the end of them. But what happens is, if my microphone or the jacks, they're still hot, right, because they've been touching hot glass, they tuck them under their arm, and boom, they get burnt. Or sometimes, something you guys might not have noticed, on all of these benches, where the silver table part is, there's this little brown thing. It's actually beeswax. And sometimes what happens is when they wax the jacks, it will fall or it will fly and drip onto their arms as well. Beeswax, yeah, they put, have you noticed when they use some of those tools, it's not squeaky and it doesn't make you want to cringe? It's because they use beeswax.
why did you
Why did we put it in there? That is a great question, and we haven't gone over that. That is called the annealing oven. Now remember, we said glass needs to be at least 1,000 degrees to be worked with. Well, the annealing oven is 910. The reason we put it in the annealing oven is it slowly cools down the glass over time. So by tomorrow, about the same time, we can take those pieces out and they will be nice and cooled and ready to go. Okay, bye. Thank you, my friends. I hope you have a wonderful time in the galleries. All right, hello, all of the grown-ups. So my name is Michelle. I am your MC for the day. If you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand. And now I have plenty of time to answer your questions. What are we making right now? Can we please see the Swedish overlay slide? So this is what is going to happen. Now, the colors are irrelevant, just gonna say for the sake of the photo. Now, bench 1 is going to be the red, and bench 2 behind me is the green color. So they're going to stick 2 bubbles together, turn one inside out over the second one. Now, why are we doing this? Well, we are doing this because we have an artist by the name of Andrea Dezo who is going to be with us. I'm not sure if it's this month or next. I will have to find that out for sure. Can we see some of her artwork? So what we are seeing right now is a red, dark red on the outside and a white inner color. Now, the first slide we saw was how we got to this point. The other things that had happened was our artist had taken some really specialized tape, taped the whole piece up, drew her designs. She removed the background, and then we sandblasted it, which that gives you that inner color. It begins to come through. Now, I am unsure if we have examples of this artwork in our gallery. Can we show the paper piece? This, no, we do. And once you see this, it is unmistakable, and it is super, super cool to see up close. What we're doing right now is in preparation for her to be here. Now, more literally what we're doing right now, we see Gabe at the pipe cooler, which I say is just a really schmancy water trough for the blowpipe to cool it down. And right now what we are seeing on screen, this is called blocking. That tool that Gabe has in his hand is called a block. Personally, it kind of reminds me of a Monty Python coconut, just a little bit. Now the reason we are blocking is, as Gabe is turning the blowpipe, the outside of that glass is beginning to cool a little bit, but the inside is still nice and gooey. So as he's turning it and he's shaping it into the block, it is becoming nice and consistent and even. This matters because as we continue to blow that bubble, it needs to be nice and consistent. We don't want one side to be thinner or thicker than the other as we expand it. And we do keep that block in water so that steam does help protect the glass as we are working with it. Now right now what he has in his hand is actually some folded up newspaper, which it is wet. We're not going to let this man light his hand on fire.
Both your kid groups get to come? Good.
What are these wooden ladders? So we used these a little bit earlier. Can we possibly get the camera on the cane in front of the floor annealing oven? You might not be able to see them, but on a kind of a ladder shape over here. Oh, yep. There we go. So, cane doesn't necessarily have to be clear, but they are these large rods of color. And what happened earlier is we had two artists. One had a big blob of glass on the end of their pipe, and someone had a smaller one, and we stuck them together. And someone stood stationary, and somebody else walked and stretched these along these pieces of wood. Now, we did talk about it. Now, some of you are just coming in, and I will re-explain annealing, but some of you heard the annealing oven. Now, believe it or not, cane is something you don't have to anneal. If it does get a little bit bigger than the size of like a pencil or maybe even quarter-ish, I think it was a little bigger than a pencil, or maybe it was a quarter. You know what? I'm going to find out for sure. But when it gets a little too big, you do have to anneal it. But things that are about this size or this size, we don't need to anneal. But the annealing oven, for those of you who have just joined us, the one we are going to go to today is to your left. It is that big black square piece of equipment that is tucked under the walkway. Now, glass needs to be at a minimum of 1,000 degrees to be worked with, and the annealing oven is 910, so just a little less than that. Now, if you are just joining us, this is where the entire process begins. What Sarah is doing is adding an additional gather over the bubble she already has. And if you have been with us a moment, the reason why she waited a little bit to get another gather is if you have ever, we've probably all had some honey in our kitchen at some point. If you take a spoon, dip it in, wait 2 seconds, and try to dip it in again and expecting it to be even bigger, that's probably not going to happen. Now, the reason we waited is kind of a skin developed on the outside of that gather of glass. And it is much easier for glass to stick to a surface than hot glass to stick to hot glass. So once we had a little skin on the outside and put it back into the furnace, there is now a surface for more glass to adhere to. Now, once we have our first bench and the bench behind me at about the same pace, that is when we are going to do our Swedish overlay. Can we show our Swedish overlay slide again for those who have just joined us? So these aren't the exact colors, but for good example, our first bench, that is going to be that red color, and behind me is that green color. Now we see Courtney at the pipe cooler. Now if you have wondered, doesn't the blowpipe get hot? It does get a little hot sometimes. Now we do have some new faces. Can we pull up those pictures of Andrea Dezzo's artwork? So what we're doing is in preparation for this artist to come visit us. Now, how she makes these pieces is once these blanks or these kind of shapes are finished, she will cover them with a really specialized tape, draw out what she wants, remove the background tape, and then we will sandblast them. And since these are two different colors, when we sandblast it, that inner color is what begins to come through. Now, how we are going to make these is what we're doing right now. Can we actually show the paper art? Now, I'm not sure if those first pictures, if we have art resembling that in our gallery, but I do know for sure we have this and some other pieces like it, and you cannot miss them once you look. So what we see Gabe doing, this is called paper marvering. That newspaper is going to suck up a little bit less heat, so he does have a little more time to turn this. And on this first bench, what we see Sarah doing, the tools she has in her hand, these are called jacks. Now she is creating a jack line. This is a line of tension. Now what's going to happen is that right where we see that the jacks, that is where we are going to break this piece off from the blowpipe. And can we actually see the Swedish overlay slide again? So in the number 1, that hole in the red piece of glass, that is where the jack line is. And the other end, that is where we're going to apply it to that green piece of glass and then flip it inside out and cover that other piece of glass. Now in other pieces that are being made, most of the time, I say most of the time because I could find out later that it's not all the time, so I'm going to say most of the time, you create a jack line in a piece you're working on, and this is where eventually you are going to break it off from the blowpipe or the punty rod that it is on. I think it is about time for the action. So the angle you are seeing is a new camera, and I'm really excited that you get to see this at this angle. So our bubbles have touched. Now that white color is what we are eventually going to turn inside out and cover the clear portion. Now we just saw some paddles being used. Now these are wooden paddles. We use these to help give a nice flat shape, but we also use these to help block heat. Now we're going to slowly begin to open up that white piece of glass, and eventually at one point it's going to look like kind of a sombrero a little bit. Now we are still continuing to use these paddles to block heat. Now the tool that Gabe has in his hand, these are essentially jacks with wood on the end of them. Now we are using those paddles to help block heat, but you have noticed that Gabe is also wearing that illuminated Kevlar sleeve. Now we want to make sure that that white bubble is nice and pressed up against that clear bubble, so it's going to take a little time, and that's why we've gone back and forth from the reheating chamber to make sure everything is nice and hot and flash against the clear bubble. Now we do have some new faces. Once we are finished with this, it is going to go to the annealing oven. That is that big black square piece of equipment to your left that is tucked under the walkway. Now, glass needs to be at a minimum of 1,000 degrees to be worked with, and the annealing oven sits at 910. And the purpose of annealing is we're going to safely and slowly drop the temperature of the glass. If glass cools off too quickly, it suffers from thermal shock and it breaks, and we don't really want that. Currently, we've noticed a little color change in the piece, so glass glows orange due to thermal energy, and you will notice as it starts to cool and as Gabe touches that with the newspaper, you can start to see the color. Now, if you were here a little earlier, you might remember when at that first bench we created that jack line. That is what Gabe is doing right now, I think. Wait. Yes, so the jack line is a line of tension, and this is where we are going to break this piece off from the blowpipe. And I believe once we are finished with this, it is our lunch time. So what we have been doing is beginning to lengthen this piece out. And the color level that we have going on now, we can see that outside is blue. There's a layer of white, and on the inside it is clear. Now, if you just paid attention or if you've noticed, once we break this piece off, it's going to be a little bit pinched in toward the end, right? It's not going to be nice and even like this podium. I believe it is Sarah who is going to do this. She's going to get a small gather on the end of that rod. We are then going to attach it to this end of our piece. And that is when we're going to break it away on that jack line from that first blowpipe. Now the reason we're going to do this is we need to be able to open up this end and make it nice and even, and this is how we are going to do it. So the gather we see on the end of Sarah's rod, that is what is going to go on this end. Now where we see Gabe applying heat, what we're going to do is he will take a little bit of water, put it on that connection point, that line of tension, which it will cause some stress fractures, but we want this in this situation. We'll give it a little tap, and that's it. We have attached our punty rod. Of course, to make sure it is secure before we begin anything else. There is our water. And that's it. So I'm unsure if the punty was too hot or too cold. But they saved it. So we are going to redo that punty. So when you are punting up, it is important you have a good amount of glass. It is either the right temperature. Yeah. So if you are just joining us, we are going to try to pick up another piece similar to this, but we still need to make this end look like this. It is currently in the garage. That is this big stainless steel square boxy piece of equipment to my right and on your left. But once we do this, it will be our lunch, and we will be going to lunch in about 10 or 15 minutes. So we have Courtney in the beard, Gabe holding the punchy rod, and Daria in black. Now Gabe is going to pick up this piece of glass from the garage. I believe he's going to do it on this end. And the purpose of that is so the end that is open right now, we can begin to make it nice and crisp. Now there is a hot side and a cold side in the garage. That is why there are two different doors. One side we can keep something nice and hot, and the other is a nice place just to park it, which is why it's called the garage, until we need it. I see the big guy gloves. And these are Kevlar gloves that Courtney has in his hand. All right, so the open and exposed end is a little curved in. We want it to look more like this. And if you are just joining us, the reason we are doing this, we have a artist by the name of Andrea Dezo who is going to be with us shortly. I believe within the next month or so. Now the piece we are seeing is 3 different color layers. The outside is this blue, there's a layer of white, and then the inside, it is clear. Can we see those images of her artwork? So what happens is she turns these blanks on the podium into this on screen. Now she will take a specialized tape and cover these blanks. Then she will draw on them and remove the background and sandblast them. So what happens is all the images have that outermost color, and when we sandblast it, it reveals the inside color. Now we won't be doing this today. This is just all preparation for her to come to us. Can we show the paper art? We do have this in our gallery. Once you see it, you cannot miss it, and it is super, super cool to actually see up close. So we have just snipped some extra off. And what we're doing is beginning to open up that exposed portion to look like the bottom of these. this tool we just saw them use. These were called jacks. Now, jacks look the reverse opposite of when you squeeze a pair of tweezers or tongs together. Instead of them doing this, they look like this. So when you squeeze them together, they create a flat surface. So not a surface that you'll pick something up with.
Every action has a blurb, just a small blurb.
So right now we are continuing to use the paper marver.
Minimally extracts heat.
Now, unlike the table next to that, that is the steel marving table. When we use the paper marver, it tends to suck a little bit less heat out of the glass, so we can rotate and turn this piece a little longer. And I will let you in on a secret, my friends. Someone has suited up in this corner, which means this piece is about to be put away. Now we're going to go to the annealing oven to my right, which is your left. And the reason we need to anneal glass when we are finished with it is if we just put this on my stool as soon as we are finished, it is going to break quickly. Now we want the glass to slowly drop in temperature over time as to prevent thermal shock. A good rule of thumb is the larger the piece, the longer it's going to take to anneal. I have been told by one of the artists down here that the telescope that is the size of this building, not the one that you might spy on your neighbors with, those telescope lenses can take 1.5 years to anneal. So right now we are doing the final flash of heat before we knock it off. Let's give them another hand of applause before we go to lunch. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you in about an hour. Chris, can you put up the continued slide? I don't know if you can run that with the Hot Shop demo over top of it.
Alfredo Barbini, a name revered in Murano, respected by glass lovers the world over. Alfredo was born on Murano in 1912 and has been working in glass all his life. Now, with his son Flavio, he continues to explore the endless possibilities of glass. Light streams through the tall windows in this ancient building, which was once a grand palazzo. Barbini uses canes too. The steps are familiar, but always new. Rolling on the marvering board, heating, shaping, blowing, ever changing. Applying the ancient technique of filigree in a contemporary mode. The team has done much of the preliminary work for Barbini. He must conserve his strength for the critical moments in the making of this bowl. Alfredo is one of the artists most responsible for the development of a modern sensibility in the glass movement. He left behind the stereotypes of Murano glass and confronted the medium with a regard for form and function. Barbini prepares the piece and himself for the crucial last steps. With the full force of a young man, he swings the piece to achieve the desired effect of a falling handkerchief. A gesture perfected with time. The final touches are made. The measurements are correct. An artist fulfilled again. The furnace of Barbini is a family venture. In addition to Flavio, his sister Oceana handles the sales and administration. Working together as a family is the traditional Italian way. Alfredo and Flavio collaborate closely on all new designs. The drawing proceeds. The steps for the making of a glass centerpiece are reviewed. The base, the bowl, the rim. The virtue of simplicity. The realization begins. Barbini uses a very pure soda glass called Cristallo, first developed in Murano in the 14th century. It has remarkable clarity and sparkle. Barbini shapes and forms and measures and turns. His team watches and learns as he pushes the medium to its limits. His control of the vitreous material is perfect. He is clearly a master whose talent and authority are undisputed. A master of Murano.
non muoverti, ferma. Dai, cade adesso, cade. Ferma, non troppo. È una lingua, dico internazionale, perché riesco a parlare qualsiasi lingua anche se non apro la bocca. Se sono in Cina, se sono in Giappone, se sono in America, io comunque riesco a comunicare, parlare con la gente, con le cose che faccio. Dai! La cosa bella e la cosa che io ricordo sempre è stato che io giocavo nell'erba da bambino, avevo 5 anni, e giocando un pezzo di vetro, perché Murano è fatta su vetro, un pezzo di vetro ha tagliato la mia gamba e mia madre subito ha detto: oh Pino, il vetro ti è entrato nel sangue. La passione del lavoro me l'ha data mia madre, che era una donna molto forte, e mio padre si è arrabbiato, chiaramente non voleva. Ok, I like it. So fruit, you look fruit. Sono andato in questa fornace la prima volta per lavorare, quasi per gioco, no? Avevo 6-7 anni, forse 8. E la mia prima paga è stata una bottiglia di Coca-Cola, piccola, ricordo ancora questo particolare, che era una cosa, c'era lusso, era una cosa che costava tanti soldi quel tempo, no? Per me era un grande regalo. Io ho cominciato a fare le mie prime cose perché vedevo i lavori che facevano i maestri quando usciva la tempera, no? Io vedevo queste piccole figure, cose, e alla notte, per rimanere sveglio, giocavo con questo vetro, ma tutto di nascosto, ok? E facevo queste piccole cose, poi le mettevo sopra il forno, non in tempera perché era chiusa chiaramente, e alla mattina portavo via questi pezzi quasi sempre rotti, li portavo a casa. Poi un giorno mi sono dimenticato, non so come, e non ho portato a casa il pezzo, avevo fatto una piccola figura, ho giocato un po', e il mio direttore ha visto questa cosa e ha chiesto chi è stato a fare questa cosa al mio capo. Okay? Padrone, direttore, no? Mi ha chiamato, ha detto: sei stato tu? E io ho detto sì, e pensavo adesso mi mandano via, perché non si poteva giocare, non si poteva toccare i ferri dei maestri, era proibito, era una cosa molto terribile per quel tempo. E allora lui mi ha detto: ok, tu domani vai a lavorare in artistico, fornace di artistico con maestro Nason, Hermano Nason. E questo è stato il mio primo passo importante. Io credo che sia molto importante lavorare vicino a un grande maestro e poter avere la fortuna di veder lui lavorare, perché è una scuola unica, un'unica scuola, non c'è studio, non c'è diploma, non c'è niente, tu devi lavorare vicino a un maestro. La lingua degli occhi, perché quando io guardo la gente che sta facendo un pezzo, io parlo con loro e capisco se cosa piace, non piace, se sono stupiti, se sono meravigliati. Basta guardare gli occhi, non occorre parlare. silenzio della creatività. La mia storia continua con Barbini. Uscito da Mazzega sono andato da Barbini. Alfredo, un altro grandissimo maestro, una grande persona, una grande personalità, è un inventore del massello, del vetro pieno. Non potevi sbagliare, però se tu seguivi lui e stavi attento sicuramente diventavi un bravo maestro. Quando ho vinto il mio primo premio, che avevo 18 anni, 19, ho vinto la Rosa d'Oro, che è un premio internazionale, e Barbini mi ha scritto un telegramma bellissimo che ho ancora messo via. E lui mi amava, veramente mi voleva bene. Lui ha detto di me in un'intervista alla televisione giapponese, e hanno chiesto cosa pensa di Pino lui come maestro, come nuova generazione di maestri, e lui ha detto uno come Pino nasce ogni 100 anni, vuol dire che sono molto raro. Per me era un premio grandissimo, non c'erano soldi o medaglie o diplomi, questa è stata la cosa più bella che abbia mai ricevuto nella mia vita, un complimento da un grande maestro. Così era il massimo. Beh, è un'unione, no? Il cervello trasmette quello che le mani devono fare e le mani devono accontentare quello che vuole il cervello. Perciò è una collaborazione, non si può stare senza il cervello e avere solo le mani. Ma devi avere il cervello, soprattutto il cervello è quello che ti dà le direzioni. Poi c'è il cuore è un altro cervello, molto delicato. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo perdi per terra, non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. La voglia di reagire e dire no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare, è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con la stessa emozione. Descrivere tutti i miei pezzi, dire cosa ho fatto, cosa non ho fatto è molto lungo. Cosa che mi piace, comunque mi piace cominciare con il vetro. Non è che ho preferenze per certi pezzi, sì o no. Quando io comincio qualcosa con il vetro c'è già la mia scrittura. C'è passione, non c'è, sono nato, io sono fatto di vetro, io mangio, bevo, vivo di vetro. E cresce tutto con me, sta crescendo con me. Cresciuto con me, io sono fatto di vetro. faccio parte di 1000 passa anni di vetro, anch'io adesso. Io continuo questa storia di 1000 anni. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo perdi per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. La voglia di reagire e dire no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare, è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con le stesse emozioni.
Alfredo Barbini, a name revered in Murano, respected by glass lovers the world over. Alfredo was born on Murano in 1912 and has been working in glass all his life. Now, with his son Flavio, he continues to explore the endless possibilities of glass. Light streams through the tall windows in this ancient building, which was once a grand palazzo. Barbini uses canes too. The steps are familiar, but always new. Rolling on the marvering board, heating, shaping, blowing, ever changing. Applying the ancient technique of filigree in a contemporary mode. The team has done much of the preliminary work for Barbini. He must conserve his strength for the critical moments in the making of this bowl. Alfredo is one of the artists most responsible for the development of a modern sensibility in the glass movement. He left behind the stereotypes of Murano glass and confronted the medium with a regard for form and function. Barbini prepares the piece and himself for the crucial last steps. With the full force of a young man, he swings the piece to achieve the desired effect of a falling handkerchief. a gesture perfected with time. The final touches are made. The measurements are correct. An artist fulfilled again. The furnace of Barbini is a family venture. In addition to Flavio, his sister Oceana handles the sales and administration. Working together as a family is the traditional Italian way. Alfredo and Flavio collaborate closely on all new designs. The drawing proceeds. The steps for the making of a glass centerpiece are reviewed. The base, the bowl, the rim. The virtue of simplicity. The realization begins. Barbini uses a very pure soda glass called Cristallo, first developed in Murano in the 14th century. It has remarkable clarity and sparkle. Barbini shapes and forms and measures and turns. His team watches and learns as he pushes the medium to its limits. His control of the vitreous material is perfect. He is clearly a master, whose talent and authority are undisputed. A master of Murano.
Ferma, non muoverti, ferma. Cade, dai, cade, su, cade. Ferma, non troppo. È una lingua, dico internazionale, perché riesco a parlare qualsiasi lingua anche se non apro la bocca. Se sono in Cina, se sono in Giappone, se sono in America, io comunque riesco a comunicare, parlare con la gente, con le cose che faccio. Dai! La cosa bella e la cosa che io ricordo sempre è stato che io giocavo nell'erba da bambino, avevo 5 anni, e giocando un pezzo di vetro, perché Murano è fatta su vetro, e un pezzo di vetro ha tagliato la mia gamba e mia madre subito ha detto: oh Pino, il vetro ti è entrato nel sangue. E una passione del lavoro me l'ha data mia madre, che era una donna molto forte, e mio padre si è arrabbiato, chiaramente non voleva. Ok, I like it. So fruit, you look fruit. Sono andato in questa fornace la prima volta per lavorare, quasi per gioco, no? Avevo 6-7 anni, forse 8. E la mia prima paga è stata una bottiglia di Coca-Cola, piccola, ricordo ancora questo particolare, che era una cosa, c'era lusso era una cosa che costava tanti soldi quel tempo, no? Per me era un grande regalo. Io ho cominciato a fare le mie prime cose perché vedevo i lavori che facevano i maestri quando usciva la tempera, no? Io vedevo queste piccole figure, cose, e alla notte per rimanere sveglio giocavo con questo vetro, ma tutto di nascosto, ok? E facevo queste piccole cose, poi le mettevo sopra il forno, non in tempera perché era chiusa chiaramente, e alla mattina portavo via questi pezzi quasi sempre rotti, li portavo a casa. Poi un giorno mi sono dimenticato, non lo so come, e non ho portato a casa il pezzo, avevo fatto una piccola figura, ho giocato un po', e il mio direttore ha visto questa cosa e ha chiesto chi è stato a fare questa cosa al mio capo. Okay? Il padrone, il direttore, no? Mi ha chiamato, ha detto sei stato tu? E io ho detto sì, e pensavo adesso mi mandano via, perché non si poteva giocare, non si poteva toccare i ferri dei maestri, era proibito, era una cosa molto terribile per quel tempo. E allora lui mi ha detto ok, tu domani vai a lavorare in artistico, formarsi di artistico con il maestro Nason, Hermano Nason. E questo è stato il mio primo passo importante. Io credo che sia molto importante lavorare vicino a un grande maestro e poter avere la fortuna di veder lui lavorare, perché è una scuola unica, un'unica scuola, non c'è studio, non c'è diploma, non c'è niente, tu devi lavorare vicino a un maestro. La lingua degli occhi, perché quando io guardo la gente che sta facendo un pezzo, io parlo con loro e capisco se cosa piace, non piace, se sono stupiti, se sono meravigliati, basta guardare gli occhi, non occorre parlare. Il silenzio della creatività. La mia storia continua con Barbini. Uscito da Mazzega sono andato da Barbini, Alfredo, un altro grandissimo maestro, una grande persona, una grande personalità, è un inventore del mascello, del vetro pieno. Non potevi sbagliare, Però se tu seguivi lui e stavi attento, sicuramente diventavi un bravo maestro. Quando ho vinto il mio primo premio, che avevo 18 anni, 19, ho vinto la Rosa d'Oro, che è un premio internazionale, e Barbini mi ha scritto un telegramma bellissimo che ho ancora messo via. E lui mi amava, veramente mi voleva bene. Lui ha detto di me in un'intervista alla televisione giapponese, e hanno chiesto cosa pensa di Pino lui come maestro, come nuova generazione di maestri. E lui ha detto, uno come Pino nasce ogni 100 anni, vuol dire che sono molto raro. Per me era un premio grandissimo, non c'erano soldi o medaglie o diplomi. Questa era stata la cosa più bella che abbia mai ricevuto nella mia vita. Un complimento da un grande maestro, così era il massimo. Beh, è un'unione, no? Il cervello trasmette quello che le mani devono fare e le mani devono accontentare quello che vuole il cervello. Perciò è una collaborazione, non si può stare senza il cervello e avere solo le mani. ma devi avere il cervello, soprattutto il cervello è quello che ti dà le direzioni. Poi c'è il cuore è un altro cervello, molto delicato. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo perdi per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. La voglia di reagire, di no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con la stessa emozione. Descrivere tutti i miei pezzi, dire cosa ho fatto, cosa non ho fatto è molto lungo. Cosa che mi piace, comunque mi piace cominciare con il vetro. Non è che ho preferenze per certi pezzi, sì o no. Quando io comincio qualcosa con il vetro c'è già la mia scultura. C'è passione, non c'è, sono nato, io sono fatto di vetro. Io mangio, bevo, vivo di vetro. E cresce tutto con me, sta crescendo con me, è cresciuto con me, io sono fatto di vetro. Faccio parte di 1000 passa anni di vetro, anch'io adesso. Io continuo questa storia di 1000 anni. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo perdi per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. la voglia di reagire e dire no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con le stesse emozioni.
Alfredo Barbini, a name revered in Murano, respected by glass lovers the world over. Alfredo was born on Murano in 1912 and has been working in glass all his life. Now, with his son Flavio, he continues to explore the endless possibilities of glass. Light streams through the tall windows in this ancient building, which was once a grand palazzo. Barbini uses canes too. The steps are familiar, but always new. Rolling on the marvering board, heating, shaping, blowing, ever changing. Applying the ancient technique of filigree in a contemporary mode. The team has done much of the preliminary work for Barbini. He must conserve his strength for the critical moments in the making of this bowl. Alfredo is one of the artists most responsible for the development of a modern sensibility in the glass movement. He left behind the stereotypes of Murano glass and confronted the medium with a regard for form and function. Barbini prepares the piece and himself for the crucial last steps. With the full force of a young man, he swings the piece to achieve the desired effect of a falling handkerchief. A gesture perfected with time. The final touches are made. The measurements are correct. An artist fulfilled again. The furnace of Barbini is a family venture. In addition to Flavio, his sister Oceana handles the sales and administration. Working together as a family is the traditional Italian way. Alfredo and Flavio collaborate closely on all new designs. The drawing proceeds. The steps for the making of a glass centerpiece are reviewed. The base, the bowl, the rim. The virtue of simplicity. The realization begins. Barbini uses a very pure soda glass called Cristallo, first developed in Murano in the 14th century. It has remarkable clarity and sparkle. Barbini shapes and forms and measures and turns. His team watches and learns as he pushes the medium to its limits. His control of the vitreous material is perfect. He is clearly a master, whose talent and authority are undisputed. A master of Murano.
Ferma, non muoverti, ferma. Dai, adesso, ferma, non troppo. È una lingua, io dico internazionale, perché riesco a parlare qualsiasi lingua anche se non apro la bocca. Se sono in Cina, se sono in Giappone, se sono in America, io comunque riesco a comunicare, parlare con la gente con le cose che faccio. Dai! La cosa bella e la cosa che io ricordo sempre è stato che io giocavo nell'erba da bambino, avevo 5 anni, e giocando un pezzo di vetro, perché Murano è fatta sul vetro, e un pezzo di vetro ha tagliato la mia gamba e mia madre subito ha detto: oh Pino, il vetro ti è entrato nel sangue. La passione del lavoro me l'ha data mia madre, che era una donna molto forte, e mio padre si è arrabbiato, chiaramente non voleva. Ok, I like it. So fruit, you look fruit. Sono andato in questa fornace la prima volta per lavorare, quasi per gioco, no? Avevo 6-7 anni, forse 8. E la mia prima paga è stata una bottiglia di Coca-Cola, piccola, ricordo ancora questo particolare, che era una cosa, c'era lusso, era una cosa che costava tanti soldi quel tempo, no? Per me era un grande regalo. Io ho cominciato a fare le mie prime cose perché vedevo i lavori che facevano i maestri quando usciva la tempera, no? Io vedevo queste piccole figure, cose, e alla notte, per rimanere sveglio, giocavo con questo vetro, ma tutto di nascosto, ok? E facevo queste piccole cose, poi le mettevo sopra il forno, non in tempera perché era chiusa chiaramente, e alla mattina portavo via questi pezzi quasi sempre rotti, li portavo a casa. Poi un giorno mi sono dimenticato, non so come, e non ho portato a casa il pezzo, avevo fatto una piccola figura, ho giocato un po', e il mio direttore ha visto questa cosa e ha chiesto chi è stato a fare questa cosa al mio capo. Okay? Il padrone, il direttore, no? Mi ha chiamato, ha detto: sei stato tu? E io ho detto sì, e pensavo adesso mi mandano via, perché non si poteva giocare, non si poteva toccare i ferri dei maestri, era proibito, era una cosa molto terribile per quel tempo. E allora lui mi ha detto detto ok, tu domani vai a lavorare in artistico, formazione di artistico con un maestro Nason, Hermano Nason. E questo è stato il mio primo passo importante. Io credo che sia molto importante lavorare vicino a un grande maestro e poter avere la fortuna di veder lui lavorare, perché è una scuola unica, un'unica scuola, non c'è studio, non c'è diploma, non c'è niente, tu devi lavorare vicino a un maestro. La lingua degli occhi, perché quando io guardo la gente che sta facendo un pezzo, io parlo con loro e capisco se cosa piace, non piace, se sono stupiti, se sono meravigliati. Basta guardare gli occhi, non occorre parlare. Il silenzio della creatività. La mia storia continua con Barbini. Uscito da Mazzega sono andato da Barbini. Alfredo, un altro grandissimo maestro, una grande persona, una grande personalità, è un inventore del massello, del vetro pieno. Non potevi sbagliare, Però se tu seguivi lui e stavi attento, sicuramente diventavi un bravo maestro. Quando ho vinto il mio primo premio, che avevo 18 anni, 19, ho vinto la Rosa d'Oro, che è un premio internazionale, e Barbini mi ha scritto un telegramma bellissimo che ho ancora messo via. E lui mi amava, veramente mi voleva bene. Lui ha detto di me in un'intervista alla televisione giapponese, e hanno chiesto cosa pensa di Pino lui come maestro, come nuova generazione di maestri. E lui ha detto, uno come Pino nasce ogni 100 anni, vuol dire che sono molto raro. Per me era un premio grandissimo, non c'erano soldi o medaglie o diplomi. Questa è stata la cosa più bella che abbia mai ricevuto nella mia vita. Un complimento da un grande maestro, così era il massimo. Beh, è un'unione, no? Il cervello trasmette quello che le mani devono fare e le mani devono accontentare quello che vuole il cervello. Perciò è una collaborazione, non si può stare senza il cervello e avere solo le mani. Ma devi avere il cervello, soprattutto il cervello è quello che ti dà le direzioni. Poi c'è il cuore è un altro cervello, molto delicato. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo perdi per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. La voglia di reagire e dire no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare, è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con la stessa emozione. descrivere tutti i miei pezzi, dire cosa ho fatto, cosa non ho fatto è molto lungo. Cosa che mi piace, comunque mi piace cominciare con il vetro. Non è che ho preferenze per certi pezzi, sì o no. Quando io comincio qualcosa con il vetro c'è già la mia scultura. Non c'è passione, non c'è, sono nato, io sono fatto di vetro. Io mangio, bevo, vivo di vetro. Cresce tutto con me, sta crescendo con me, è cresciuto con me, io sono fatto di vetro. Faccio parte di 1000 passa anni di vetro, anch'io adesso. Io continuo questa storia di 1000 anni. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo perdi per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. La voglia di reagire e dire no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con le stesse emozioni.
Alfredo Barbini, a name revered in Murano, respected by glass lovers the world over. Alfredo was born on Murano in 1912 and has been working in glass all his life. Now, with his son Flavio, he continues to explore the endless possibilities of glass. Light streams through the tall windows in this ancient building, which was once a grand palazzo. Barbini uses canes too. The steps are familiar, but always new. Rolling on the marvering board, heating, shaping, blowing, ever changing. Applying the ancient technique of filigree in a contemporary mode. The team has done much of the preliminary work for Barbini. He must conserve his strength for the critical moments in the making of this bowl. Alfredo is one of the artists most responsible for the development of a modern sensibility in the glass movement. He left behind the stereotypes of Murano glass and confronted the medium with a regard for form and function. Barbini prepares the piece and himself for the crucial last steps. With the full force of a young man, he swings the piece to achieve the desired effect of a falling handkerchief. A gesture perfected with time. The final touches are made. The measurements are correct. An artist fulfilled again. The furnace of Barbini is a family venture. In addition to Flavio, his sister Oceana handles the sales and administration. Working together as a family is the traditional Italian way. Alfredo and Flavio collaborate closely on all new designs. The drawing proceeds. The steps for the making of a glass centerpiece are reviewed. The base, the bowl, the rim. The virtue of simplicity. The realization begins. Barbini uses a very pure soda glass called Cristallo, first developed in Murano in the 14th century. It has remarkable clarity and sparkle. Barbini shapes and forms and measures and turns. His team watches and learns as he pushes the medium to its limits. His control of the vitreous material is perfect. He is clearly a master, whose talent and authority are undisputed. A master of Murano.
Ferma, non muoverti, ferma. Cade, dai, cade, cade. Ferma, non troppo. È una lingua, io dico internazionale perché riesco a parlare qualsiasi lingua anche se non apro la bocca. Se sono in Cina, se sono in Giappone, se sono in America, io comunque riesco a comunicare, parlare con la gente con le cose che faccio. Dai! cosa bella e la cosa che io ricordo sempre è stato che io giocavo nell'erba da bambino, avevo 5 anni, e giocando un pezzo di vetro, perché Murano è fatta sul vetro, un pezzo di vetro ha tagliato la mia gamba e mia madre subito ha detto: oh Pino, il vetro ti è entrato nel sangue. La passione del lavoro me l'ha data mia madre, che era una donna molto forte, e mio padre si è arrabbiato, chiaramente non voleva.
Ok, I like it. Some fruit. You look fruit.
Sono andato in questa fornace la prima volta per lavorare, quasi per gioco, no? Avevo 6-7 anni, forse 8. E la mia prima paga è stata una bottiglia di Coca-Cola, piccola, ricordo ancora questo particolare, che era una cosa, c'era lusso, era una cosa che costava tanti soldi quel tempo, no? Per me era un grande regalo. Io ho cominciato a fare le mie prime cose perché vedevo i lavori che facevano i maestri quando usciva la tempera, no? Io vedevo queste piccole figure, cose, e alla notte, per rimanere sveglio, giocavo con questo vetro, ma tutto di nascosto, ok? E facevo queste piccole cose, poi le mettevo sopra il forno, non in tempera perché era chiusa chiaramente, e alla mattina portavo via questi pezzi quasi sempre rotti, li portavo a casa. Poi un giorno mi sono dimenticato, non lo so come, e non ho portato a casa il pezzo, avevo fatto una piccola figura, ho giocato un po', e il mio direttore ha visto questa cosa e ha chiesto chi è stato a fare questa cosa al mio capo. Okay? Padrone, direttore, no? Mi ha chiamato, ha detto: sei stato tu? E io ho detto sì, e pensavo adesso mi mandano via, perché non si poteva giocare, non si poteva toccare i ferri dei maestri, era proibito, era una cosa molto terribile per quel tempo. E allora lui mi ha detto: ok, tu domani vai a lavorare in artistico, fornace di artistico con maestro Nason, Hermano Nason. E questo è stato il mio primo passo importante. Io credo che sia molto importante lavorare vicino a un grande maestro e poter avere la fortuna di veder lui lavorare, perché è una scuola unica, un'unica scuola, non c'è studio, non c'è diploma, non c'è niente, tu devi lavorare vicino a un maestro. La lingua degli occhi, perché quando io guardo la gente che sta facendo un pezzo, io parlo con loro e capisco se cosa piace, non piace, se sono stupiti, se sono meravigliati. Basta guardare gli occhi, non occorre parlare. Il silenzio della creatività. La mia storia continua con Barbini. Uscito da Mazzega sono andato da Barbini. Alfredo, un altro grandissimo maestro, una grande persona, una grande personalità, è un inventore del massello, del vetro pieno. Non potevi sbagliare, Però se tu seguivi lui e stavi attento, sicuramente diventavi un bravo maestro. Quando ho vinto il mio primo premio, che avevo 18 anni, 19. Ho vinto la Rosa d'Oro, che è un premio internazionale, e Barbini mi ha scritto un telegramma bellissimo che ho ancora messo via. E lui mi amava, veramente mi voleva bene. Lui ha detto di me in un'intervista alla televisione giapponese, e hanno chiesto cosa pensa di Pino lui come maestro, come nuova generazione di maestri. E lui ha detto, uno come Pino nasce ogni 100 anni, vuol dire che sono molto raro. Per me era un premio grandissimo, non c'erano soldi o medaglie o diplomi. Questa era stata la cosa più bella che abbia mai ricevuto nella mia vita, un complimento da un grande maestro, così era il massimo. Beh, è un'unione, no? Il cervello trasmette quello che le mani devono fare e le mani devono accontentare quello che vuole il cervello, perciò è una collaborazione, non si può stare senza il cervello e avere solo le mani, ma devi avere il cervello, soprattutto il cervello è quello che ti dà le direzioni. Poi c'è il cuore è un altro cervello, molto delicato. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo perdi per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. La voglia di reagire, di no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare, è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con la stessa emozione. Descrivere tutti i miei pezzi, dire cosa ho fatto, cosa non ho fatto è molto lungo. Cosa che mi piace, comunque mi piace cominciare con il vetro. Non è che ho preferenze per certi pezzi, sì o no. Quando io comincio qualcosa con il vetro c'è già la mia scrittura. C'è passione, non c'è, sono nato, io sono fatto di vetro. Io mangio, bevo, vivo di vetro. E cresce tutto con me, sta crescendo con me, è cresciuto con me, io sono fatto di vetro. faccio parte di 1000 passa anni di vetro, anch'io adesso. Io continuo questa storia di 1000 anni. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo perdi per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. La voglia di reagire e dire no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare, è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con le stesse emozioni.
Alfredo Barbini, a name revered in Murano, respected by glass lovers the world over. Alfredo was born on Murano in 1912 and has been working in glass all his life. Now, with his son Flavio, he continues to explore the endless possibilities of glass. Light streams through the tall windows in this ancient building, which was once a grand palazzo. Barbini uses canes too. The steps are familiar, but always new. Rolling on the marvering board, heating, shaping, blowing, ever changing. Applying the ancient technique of filigree in a contemporary mode. The team has done much of the preliminary work for Barbini. He must conserve his strength for the critical moments in the making of this bowl. Alfredo is one of the artists most responsible for the development of a modern sensibility in the glass movement. He left behind the stereotypes of Murano glass and confronted the medium with a regard for form and function. Barbini prepares the piece and himself for the crucial last steps. With the full force of a young man, he swings the piece to achieve the desired effect of a falling handkerchief. a gesture perfected with time. The final touches are made. The measurements are correct. An artist fulfilled again. The furnace of Barbini is a family venture. In addition to Flavio, his sister Oceana handles the sales and administration. Working together as a family is the tradition.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the day. As the artists prepare to start working, I will give you guys a basic overview. Thank you. I'll give you guys a basic overview of the process and then I will catch you guys up on what they're doing. So everything that we do here starts in the furnace. The furnace is a large ceramic tank that's powered by natural gas and forced air. The furnace runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and holds approximately 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. The furnace is the large ceramic tank with a silver bottom and a black door. It gets up to about 2,100 degrees when you open that door, so it's very, very hot. And so from there, we'll dip into the furnace with a hollow steel pipe and we will rotate. As we rotate, what we're doing is we're getting a gather of glass. Once we have that gather of glass, we will then blow into the end of that pipe, which will create a bubble. The bubble is similar to the shape of a balloon and usually it's about the size of my fist, so not very big to start out with. From there, we'll work in and out of the glory hole. The glory hole is powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and the temperature is kept around 2,300 degrees. There's no glass inside of the glory hole. This only is used to reheat the glass, and so standing in front of the glory hole, we've been working all morning ever since 10, so it's about 100 degrees now, you'll see at the face of the front of the glory hole here. From there, we'll add color to glass. There's multiple ways to apply color to glass. We have color frit, which is chopped glass. We have color powder, which is pulverized glass. And then we also have color bar, which is solid glass that we heat and we lay over a clear bubble. I can show you guys a bit better than I can tell you guys what a color overlay is. So to teach you about how glass gets color, because all the glass in our furnace is colorless, I'll show you the color overlay video. Can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, But when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So today we're doing the color overlay process also. So Daria is getting a color bar nice and warm, and then you'll see eventually she will start to, she'll lay it over a bubble. We are creating a Swedish overlay today, and what that means is we are laying one bubble over another bubble. So if you look up at the diagram, we will create one bubble that has a certain color. We will knock off an additional bubble, and then we will slowly start to overlay the bubble on top of the initial gathered glass that contains a certain color with a color overlay that's already been placed over a clear bubble. This process will then give us a product that looks like one of these large hollowed out cups, I would call it. Because what we're going to do is we're going to pick these back up, and an artist by the name of Andrea Dezo, if we could please see some of her work, she's going to lay down like stickers, like stencil like images, and then she'll sandblast to the second layer so we can see through. So the top layer will be red, and then the bottom layer color will be whatever choice you see there, so like yellow. If you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the day, as well as Michelle. We'll be happy to answer any questions you might have. Oh, go ahead. So stainless steel is not a very good conductor of heat, and so they'll get hot in a specific place. Here's the color overlay process that we're performing today. We will see how the color is being dropped, and then it's cut. Once it's cut, Sarah will go back and start to marver or start to shape that color. So steel is a poor conductor of heat, and so the glass, as they dip into the furnace or as they flash inside of the glory hole, you'll see that they'll go over to the pipe cooler, and it'll be a little bit of steam, and they'll just rotate it there and get it nice and cool if it does start to get hot. But for the most part, the heat stays in the area that it's being heated. It doesn't travel up where their hands are at. Great question, thanks. If you guys have toured the exhibits, you will have got to see the Kids Design Glass exhibit located in the Art Alley. Kids Design Glass is a program that encourages the youth from the age of 1 to 12 to submit an illustration. And then if your illustration is chosen by the Hot Shop team, then you'll be able to come with your family and watch your illustration come to life in glass by the Hot Shop team. Can we please learn a little bit more about the Kids Design Glass contestants? Can we please see the Kids Design Glass video?
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And then especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win them.
But, and
I think it's going to stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special.
That almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
bacon, baby.
All I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
So feel free to encourage the youth to apply to for Kids Design Glass so they can come on down if they're chosen and make glass with the hot shop here. I'll catch you guys up on where we're at in the process. So Gabe has now gathered and he has a nice big bubble that Daria's blown out. And the papers that he just placed down are folded newspapers that are drenched in water that we use to get as close as possible to the glass without burning ourselves. And so they're a very intimate tool for shaping, which makes them great. Before Gabe decides to gather around this clear bubble again, what he's doing is he's cooling down the glass with just an air gun. So nothing's coming out of that gun, it's just air. And so we have to allow the glass to hold still, to chill for a moment before we can gather again. And so into the furnace he'll go, and he'll rotate, rotate, rotate. Over to the pipe cooler to cool down that pipe because it's about 2100 degrees inside of the furnace. If you notice his hand, he's constantly rotating to keep the glass on the pipe. And they tell us to keep our hand, when you learn glass, they tell you to keep your hands horizontal, so keep the pipe horizontal, but you also have to keep rotating because if you hold it up, the glass will start to fall. Gravity will start to pull it down, so it'll become like a Hershey kiss. And if you hold it down, then it'll just touch the floor. And if there's any imperfections that he can see inside of the bubble, he'll go ahead and tweeze them out and cut them off. So he's just cleaning the glass, give it a nice flash after plucking out that imperfection. The hot torch gets up to about 2,500 degrees. When it sits idly, it's just a fluffy torch, and it's kind of like your pilot light in your fireplace. So nothing's really happening until you ignite it and you give the glass a nice flash. Then in with his blocks he'll go. His blocks are hollowed out cherry wood. And they live inside of a white bucket where they sit and they soak, because when we touch the wood to the glass, there's a layer of steam that's provided, which protects the glass from blemishes. As the inner layers are being formed, they're also being chilled, which will help stabilize that inside the glass in the inner layers, which are really, really hot still. As we continue to pull glass from the furnace, there's a process that we must do known as charging the furnace in order to replenish our stock. So like I said, the furnace holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. In order for us to maintain our levels, our hot shop tech, he recharges the furnace weekly, bi-weekly. So can we please see how the furnace gets more glass? Can we please see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2,300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
When we gather and we collect glass and then we drop some off into that silver bucket that's cut open, what we're doing is we're stripping the glass because we've gathered a little bit more than what we need, and that glass is actually recyclable. So all the glass that comes from the furnace that does not get contaminated with color, we are able to reuse. And so Daria is shielding Gabe's hand because it's hot and that gather of glass is really big. She's not using that paddle to do any shaping. It's just all for the protection aspect. The pipe in itself is about 10 pounds, and then the glass on the end probably is about 5, 7, maybe even 10 pounds also. So not only is it hot, but it's growing and it's getting even hotter. And so in the middle bench, Gabe is preparing the bubble that is going to be it'll be the blank. And then Sarah on the right-hand side will bring over the colored bubble. If you're just joining us, we are making a Swedish overlay. It's a blank that will be enhanced later by the artist Andrea Dezo. And here's a diagram of how Sarah's making a bubble on the right side. Gabe is forming the number 1 clear bubble. Then the color bubble will be laid over in a process, and it will be slowly overlaid and smoothed until we get to the 4th image. As Daria caps the pipe, Gabe will go in and shape the glass. And so she has to cap, so as he is adding pressure to the bubble, the air doesn't begin to escape. And then now she'll blow and expand that bubble a bit more. If you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. We'll be more than happy to answer. So on to the paper marver. The paper marver is designed to extract a little bit less heat in opposition to the regular stainless steel marver. The regular marvering table right to the left of the paper marver, it extracts heat a bit quicker when we marver over it with hot glass. And the paper marver also provides a bit better texture. Although Daria is rotating this pipe fairly slowly, it's a very important aspect of keeping the bubble properly aligned at the end of that pipe. So you see how, like, Swedish overlay. We're going to add this bubble on top of this bubble. So then when we take it off, this part is where we remove ourselves, but the bottom is hollow. He's going to open it. He's going to open it up. Does that make sense? Yeah. So we're laying. Can I please see the Swedish overlay diagram? That's the Swedish overlay. Can I please see a finish Andrea Dezo piece when you have a moment to pull it up? So do you see how there's two colors in her work? These are blanks. When she adds her images, when she lays them down, she's then going to sandblast them. When she takes her images up, we'll be able to see the color. We'll be able to see the color that she covered up, and then the negative part or the positive part will be the yellow. So there's dual colors. There's dual layers of colors. So there's two colors here. You can only see one because we haven't carved away at it, I guess you could say. We haven't sandblasted it away yet. She's gonna come, and when she comes, she will design these in whatever shape she would like. We're gonna pick these up again, and we're gonna stuff another clear bubble into them. So it's a long process to be able to, get to that. This is what the preparation looks like. When she comes, our visiting artist program is designed for artists from all over the world to come in and work with the Hot Shop. If they apply and they get a residency, they then get to work with the Hot Shop team. The Hot Shop team they've been working here for about 20 plus years, and so they're a phenomenal team to be able to come and work with, and they're able to see your vision through within a couple executions. And that's kind of the magic behind having such a great team to work with. They're really good at executing visions that artists have when they come and work in the Hot Shop. And Sarah's going to meet. Gabe will place. He'll place her properly over the clear bubble, and then when he begins to open up what we see as the blue, we're gonna actually see the white bubble that's inside of it. He's about to open it up and overlay it over the clear bubble. So later, we'll be able to see only the white part, and the blue will be on the inside. And so we'll go in, and as Daria paddles, Gabe will start to take his jack or parchofis. He'll have his parchofis, and he's slowly pushing back. He's slowly pushing back. And so you can kind of see that white that's inside. Eventually, you won't be able to see the blue. It'll be all the way overlaid over this big clear bubble.
Yeah, it's just a lot of conditioner. It's a lot. But, I've been trying to.
Gabe has to work quickly, so he has on a glove which protects his hand from the heat, and he has on a sleeve which are made from Kevlar. And he's really adding pressure to push that cup all the way over that clear bubble.
How you guys doing? Great. Having a good time? Good.
So now as he wants to bind the two together, he'll use his papers to just get a really nice grip. He doesn't have to worry about using a larger tool to help push that glass, that bubble back. He's gotten to the point where he can just go in with his hand and grip it back slowly with the papers, not his hand, the papers. As the white starts to absorb the heat, you're actually able to begin to see through it because it's just how it reacts to heat. And so what you could see in that moment was some of the blue that was coming through, but when it cools back down, you're not able to see through it. It's just how colors absorb heat. Different colors absorb heat differently. I think I want to highlight the visiting artist program when they're done. When they're done, I always want to play a video so they can drink some water. Just so they can take a quick, 20-second, 2-minute break, They'll go get water, or they'll just start again. They're like these. They're animals, so I don't know what they're doing half the time. Hey! So let's dump the light. Yeah, so she dropped white, then she dropped blue over the white. Then, oh, okay. Okay. You want to see the color overlay video? That's fine. Sure? Okay. So what happened was when they transferred the bubble from the pipe, there's an opening that we're able to work from because we released ourselves from a blowhole. Right, right. So then he worked from that opening and he slowly opened it to where we could see the white. So we flipped it inside out. Yeah. Yeah. I just wasn't sure which part that I didn't think that the white had come from here. But I didn't see the white or the... You could only see the blue ball, the dark red ball. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so the white, so that's the tricky part. This is a really like step-by-step process, this one here. It's tricky. No brainer? Oh, that's Walt Lieberman. He's a world famous illustrator. He's one of our MCs, but he's an artist. He is so good at illustrating the points. Yeah, I like his work a lot. And so you'll see now that Gabe has heated his jacks, and you'll see a little. So what he's doing is he's adding a little bit of wax also. So the jacks are used to carve in a line of tension, which is a reference point, which we refer to when we add water to release a piece from a pipe. So it's the end of the pipe, and it's the beginning of the bubble, and it's how we detach ourselves later. And so with the jacks, he'll go in and he'll start to create a jack line, which is a line of tension. So he'll start with just finding where he wants that line to be. Then once he figures out and plants himself down, he'll start to squeeze those jacks slowly. And so that's why we need the wax. So we have a lubricant to be able to rotate back and forth. If not, we would hear this really loud squeaky sound. We're just going to stabilize that hot gather of color. So we just want to get it from moving so much. So we go in and we do some shaping, rotating. Yeah, we'll talk on Friday, and then that's what we'll do for the reading on the 22nd. We'll call you in. Just remind me, okay? So when I get to the meeting, I don't forget to call you. Yeah, the appointment's at 9. Let me see what it is. I'm pretty sure it's literally just go there. They're probably gonna weigh me and tell me not to eat the night before, and then do the bubble test. Well, you can call in, and then when you're done, you can come, right? I don't know. I think so. Yeah. Okay. So you don't need the whole day off. No. You just need to miss the meeting. Yeah. Okay. So Sarah will blow some air into the, oh, not yet. Eventually she'll blow some air into the end of the pipe. I can't quite see. So now she'll blow into that pipe and expand that bubble, and as we do shaping, then we'll prepare ourselves to eventually transfer ourselves from this pipe, and that will be the blank. That's the blank. Once we transfer and put it away, that's the blank. Back onto the papering marvering table to get some nice texture, even texture. Daria will continue to shield Gabe's arm from that heat. Sarah will blow, and Gabe will continue to paper as we prepare to release this cup. I call it a cup because it's going to be stuffed with glass and picked back up. It's a color cup. It's an oversized color cup, which is also known as a Swedish overlay. We always flash the end of that rod because where the glass exists, because the punty, we refer to it as a punty because the punty portion of the piece is the last piece into the glory hole and the first piece out. We have to keep the heat evenly distributed, so we want to give a little extra flash to that portion. That's why we keep torching it like that. So back in with the jack line to make sure that we have a nice secure line of tension. So when we reference it with the water, it'll release itself seamlessly. So now Sarah is preparing the punty rod. The punty rod is a term that we refer to here in the hot shop. But puntil, it means to bridge. It's the beginning and the end. So it's a transfer pipe. It's hollow. I mean, it's solid. And what it does is it allows us to remove ourselves. What's interesting about the process is that everything we do in a way is upside down. So once we turn ourselves right side up, we'll clean up the lip. And you'll see him do it in just a minute. And so on with the punty rod, the transfer pipe. He'll secure that transfer pipe. He'll go in and give it a little torch, a nice flash to prepare it to be released. He'll get a little bit of water added to that jack line and knock himself off.
How much does it weigh now? It probably weighs about.
The pipe is about 10 pounds, and I don't know. Well, this piece is probably pushing 10, 12 pounds. And so all together added up, and that's what we're working with. Plus the heat, and it's hot, really hot.
What lever? The simple machine, the lever theory. For every foot away from the pipe, the weight doubles. So that piece is 10 pounds. How long is the pipe? Hello? I mean, yes? Sorry.
Leftover glass.
What leftover glass? Which part of the leftover glass?
The one that they took off.
Oh. You mean like the when she detached herself?
So the question is what do they do with the leftover glass? Well, that glass gets put in, they do it rather quickly, but it gets put into this bucket here, and they cap it, they put it in the water, and then they throw it into this other bucket. There's two buckets. One has water, one does not. They quench it and then throw it into here, and that thing pops because the glass in there is like falling off of the pipe because of thermal shock. So that's how we clean our pipes. Thermal shock cleans the pipes. The glass on the ground gets thrown away and swept up at the end of the day, and the glass that gets stripped and dropped into that silver tin there, we recycle and we use it in different capacities to blow glass again.
It's gone. Like it's like inside of the bucket. It flows up. That's why the bucket's tall. You can hear it, but you can't hear it. I can hear it. Everything has a sound.
What's awesome about the hot shop team that works, I guess the main team that always works here is they've been working in glass for over 20 years and they make it look so easy. And it's not easy at all. And that's what makes this whole place super magical. So now where we removed ourselves, there's an opening. So with the jacks, we'll go in, and those jacks are two blades that are placed next to each other. So as we open it, it'll expand the mouth, and as you can see, the jacks are super multi-purposeful. So as we open it, we can also add some direction to the outer layer as we open the inner layer up. Daria's going to get suited up. Once Daria's suited up, she'll catch this piece when they knock it off the pipe. And so I don't think her green jacket's made from Kevlar, but everything else is that she'll put on, like maybe her mittens. And Kevlar is what they use for bulletproof vest. It protects her from getting burned, but she can still feel the heat because remember, the glory hole is about 2,300 degrees worth of heat. Daria will get under it, Gabe will water it off, then we'll release it. This is also a very hard part too, a very important part of the process. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Sarah will open the door of the annealer. The annealer is an oven that allows the glass to cool at an even temperature. When we put the glass inside of this oven, it'll be ready around, say, tomorrow. And so from there, we'll see it. It'll look like this. It'll look like the oven that's wide open with these piñatas that we made over the weekend, if you guys can see them. Candida came. She's a Hilltop artist. She came and she worked with us from our last week's residency. We're gonna do it all again. We just are making blanks for Andrea Dezo. Can we please see some of Andrea Dezo's work? Enjoy the exhibits, enjoy the galleries. If you guys don't know, when you exit the building, to your right is the glass bridge. You take a right, follow the cone, go up the stairs. There's a glass bridge, Chihuly's glass bridge, and then there's also some C-forms, and it's a glass, kind of like overhead. So enjoy the bridge, but you're also more than welcome to stay with us. Yeah, thank you. When you have a moment, can we please see the visiting artist video of John Kiley? Take your time.
My name is John Kiley. I'm from Seattle, Washington. Born and raised, 4th generation. So I have two pieces here today. This one right here was actually made at the Museum of Glass in 2008, June of 2008. One of the themes that is common in my work is this membrane between two different sections. Sometimes there'll be a passageway through the membrane to the other side, and sometimes it'll just be solid. The idea behind this work is exploring this idea of connection and separation. I use glass to describe the connection and the separation because of the transparency of the material. You can see through from one side to another. You'll rarely see opaque colors used in my work, and that's because it's important for me for there to be transparency in the form. The form is not just about the exterior, but it's about what's going on in the inside too. Part of what I intend to do with the residency is push the scale, try to make these a bit larger, which is only possible with a facility like the Museum of Glass and with a big skilled team, and also increase the number of sections. Right now, I've made them up to 3 sections, and I hope to experiment with making them up to 4 or 5 sections, and then cutting away perhaps the sides and creating whole new forms. Again, still rooted in the sphere and still rooted in the connectedness and separation, but totally different. It's really important as an artist to have an environment to be able to come and work in where you can experiment and you can push new things without financial consequences. As a glass artist in particular, for me to make my work outside of a facility like the Museum of Glass runs up to $2,000 a day. So there's pressure to produce in a situation like that. With a residency like the Museum of Glass offers, you can come in, you can just focus on your ideas, you can focus on making your art, and there are no other places where that's possible. And looking forward to a great week.
Can we see the paper artwork of Andrea Dezos? Can we see the glass pieces of hers? Now can we see the Swedish overlay slide? So that is what they're going to do. Can we please see the kids design glass video?
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And then especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win them.
But,
I think it's going to stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special.
The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
I don't really do any work when I press it, just bacon.
Bacon, baby.
It's fine.
All I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
So currently we are preparing at each bench to do a Swedish overlay. Can we see that Swedish overlay slide, please? So the bench behind me is going to be that longer green color, and the first bench over here to your far right is going to be the red color. Now, what we don't see pictured on screen is that red piece of glass where that little hole, that opening is. That is from the blowpipe from this first bench. So that's going to happen when we break it free. And that hole that's left over is what we're going to use to flip inside out onto that other bubble, which in our real life scenario is clear. I'm not quite sure on screen what this is going to be. It is not orange. It is orange due to thermal energy, and it is that hot. But the finished piece will be the same shape as what we have on the podium, maybe not the same color. Now, right now, Sarah is creating a jack line. That is where we are going to break this piece off from that blowpipe. Can we actually pull up the slide of the jacks? Now they're a little bit of a reverse of tweezers. Now they don't lay flat when you squeeze them together. They create a flat surface. So I believe we're getting a little closer to the exciting part. We do have a few more faces. Why don't we pull up the Swedish overlay slide? We are almost there. So all of my new faces, hello everyone. We are about ready to do this Swedish overlay, and here we go. Now the piece we have just stuck to the top of the clear bubble. Once we break it free from the blowpipe, that little opening that has been left behind is where we're going to make it larger and then flip it around onto our clear bubble. Goes through a few different stages, from kind of like a little mushroom shape, and then we do kind of a sombrero shape, and then we're all the way there. Now, if you are just joining us, I'll do a little quick explanation of everything and how we got to this point. Might go a tiny bit backwards. So where we are right now is the glory hole. That is the reheating chamber. It is important that we keep the glass nice and toasty while we are working with it. It is powered by natural gas and forced air, and it is 2,300 degrees. It is nice and hot in there. And actually right now it is 100 degrees at least standing in front of it. So it's pretty warm for them. We did start somewhere though. All of this glass came from the furnace. It is that large tank, and it is also powered by natural gas and forced air. Now we have two of them. It is the silver tank to my left, your right. And we have the other one to my right and your left. They each can contain up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass. And this started by the artist taking a blowpipe and going for a gather from the furnace. They start with a little ball of glass, and once they blow a bubble, it looks similar to a balloon. We added a few more colors, got a few more gathers in there. And now we're here. Now we had just seen the image of jacks. The tool that Gabe has in his hand currently are called pachovies, which essentially they're just jacks with wood on the end of them. Now Gabe is seated and Daria is holding up paddles. Now these are to help block the heat from reaching Gabe's arm, and he's also wearing a sleeve as well. And we have reached the sombrero portion of our shape. And my name is Michelle, and if you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand, and I would love to answer them. Now we have seen the jacks, we've seen the pachovies, and now Gabe has what is actually newspaper. It is wet, that is important we keep it wet. But that is the closest the artists are going to get to touching the glass without physically touching it. And fun fact, did you know we go through almost 2 tons of glass per year? Speaking of all of our glass, if you have ever wondered what it is made out of and how we even get it in the furnace, it is called charging the furnace. I'm going to show you the video on that, but I can also show you where the tubes are that we refill them. If you look at the exit sign, look a little catty corner on the floor, you'll see these long steel tubes. You will see those in the video, and that is what we fill and throw into the furnace. Please play the charging the furnace video.
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other 2 main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
If you are just joining us, we just added a bubble to another bubble and turned one bubble inside out over the other. And now we're kind of working it down, making sure everything is nice and flush and even. So what we're seeing is Daria is using these paddles to help block that heat. We're using that newspaper to shape this a little bit more. So eventually this is going to get longer. The final result for this is going to look like what we have on the podium. So the reason we are making these are going to be blanks. Now there's going to be a color on the inside and the outside. Can we show Andrea Dezzo's artwork, please, the glass? Can we see those slides of Andrea Dezzo's glass artwork? So let's say the one we're making right now is just like the one on screen. It's got that darker reddish color on the outside. It's white on the inside. So what she does is she takes a specialized tape, tapes the whole object, draws or creates whatever artwork she wants on it, peels some pieces off, and then we sandblast it. So that starts to reveal that color on the inside. And where the tape has been left is the designs we see that are darker on the outside. Now, we're not going to do the artwork itself today. This is just in preparation for her to come do a internship with us. Or not internship, I'm sorry, a residency with us. But once we get this to a nice and even kind of a tube shape, we will eventually break it off and get that open end, or the end that was attached to the blowpipe, nice and even as well. But right now we are elongating this piece a little bit and making sure everything is consistent. And as Gabe is doing that, it's not so much he's forcing it to shape as he turns the blowpipe the whole time. He's really just holding his hand out and it's starting to naturally shape on its own. And he's turning the blowpipe the entire time, even as he is reheating this. Now this is called paper marvering. That is wetted newspaper. This does absorb less heat, which means it gives him a little bit more time to even this out. It also isn't going to leave as many cold marks as if you marvered on the stainless steel marving table instead. Now each of the tools we used on here tends to suck in more or less heat. Now where Gabe is adding heat right now, this is where we are going to apply some water in a little bit. Sarah is currently grabbing a gather. Now the glass on the end of her punty rod, she's going to stick on the curved edge of our piece. And the base of this was one time attached to the blowpipe. Now punty means to bridge. That piece of glass is a punty, and the rod, this is a punty rod, so it's not a blowpipe. It is just a solid steel rod. Now Gabe is marking where we're going to stick the punty. Now, if either end is too hot or too cold, it's not going to stick. Also, if there isn't enough glass, it's not going to attach very well either. Some air to speed that cool down process. And there is that water to that jack line. We'll give it a little tap. And that's it. We have now flipped this around and transferred this to a rod. So the next step is the bottom of these was at one time attached to the blowpipe. Now we're going to start giving this a lot more heat and kind of clean up the edges and make it nice and crisp. Now we are doing this to prepare for an artist. Her name is Andrea Dezo. Can we see the paper piece of hers? If you have not been around to the galleries yet, when you walk out, there are two entrances. Go to your far right, and you will easily be able to see this or one similar to this. Make sure you just pay attention to her name and look around the area and look at other pieces of hers. But this is super cool on screen, and I'm telling you, it is way cooler in person. There is so much little detail that has gone into this, and she made this entire thing. And don't quote me, but I'm very positive she is also a mixed media artist. But once you look at her stuff, if you have Instagram, I highly recommend finding her Instagram. So we are just beginning to tidy up the edges and ends of these pieces. It is time to put this away. Daria is suiting up in the corner. We are going to go to the annealing oven on your left. Now the reason we take these pieces to the annealing oven is if we just broke this piece off and set this on the podium, it is going to break pretty rapidly. If glass starts to cool too fast, it suffers from thermal shock. So the purpose of the annealing oven is it slowly and safely drops in temperature over time, anywhere from 12 to 30 hours. But a good rule of thumb is the larger the piece, the longer it's going to take to anneal. I have heard of telescope lenses, obviously not one you're spying on your neighbor with, but the ones the size of this building that take 18 months to anneal. Now it's going to go in for one more flash and then time for the oven.
It makes a difference that we can review later, but just try your best to kind of cup the top so that sound kind of stays in that one area. It should carry it. It should help it a little bit. We'll see. Talk a little louder.
We're making one more. What's that? One more. So if you missed any of this, we are making one more.
That's right. I'm in charge.
That's a lot. It's a lot. Okay, Gabe, how long have you been working in glass art?
I've been working glass for 2 months.
So we are going to do a color overlay. Now all the glass we start with from the furnace is clear. Now Daria is behind me and she has warmed up a color bar like this, and I believe it's white. And we're going to warm it up, get it nice and gooey, and overlay it over a bubble that I believe Courtney is starting. Oh wait, no, Courtney has a rod. So you're gonna get a color bar. So she's warming color bar, 2 colors.
One goes on the head of the pipe, one goes overlay.
I correct myself. So Daria has a color bar and Courtney is about to pick up a color bar as well. Now we see Courtney on the other end of the garage. That is that big piece of equipment. We'll keep our color bars in there and get them warmed up beforehand. Now, if you had watched Courtney, that is where the entire process begins, in the furnace. Now, it is powered by natural gas and forced air, and it really, really does run 24/7. Now, there are 2 of them on the floor. There are these really big silver tanks on either side of this middle glory hole. Now they can each contain up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass. Nope, we can go to the glory hole, that's fine. Now, glass needs to be at a minimum of 1,000 degrees to be worked with, so it's very important that we maintain the temperature of that. Now that glory hole is that big fiery piece of equipment directly behind me, and it is also powered by natural gas and forced air, just like the furnace. But it sits a little bit hotter. It is 2,300 degrees. Now, I believe most of us were about halfway through why we were doing what we were doing today, and let's pull up that slide again of our Swedish overlay. So I believe most of us got to witness this, and now we are going to see the whole entire beginning. Now, I believe the bubble that Gabe is starting this is what is going to be the center clear bubble. Now what he's doing currently is marving. That is the marving table. That is the stainless steel marving table. We did see a little bit of paper marving earlier. And here is our color overlay. Now to give you a better idea of what we do and why we do the color overlay, sorry, let's play that color overlay video.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable. while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So what we were just looking at in Gabe's hand, Gabe is seated at the bench behind me. That was actually folded up newspaper. Now we watched one color overlay a few minutes ago. It's going to happen again at this first bench. So Courtney is going to take that color bar and drop it over that white on the end of Sarah's blowpipe. So the final result of this is the white is what you are going to see, even though we are dropping a color over top of it. That bubble is eventually going to be turned inside out. Now here is our color drop, and now Sarah is going to begin to work this over the white portion. Now we are going back for another gather. If you've wondered if the blowpipe gets hot, it does occasionally get a little bit toasty. That is where we see Gabe right now. This is the pipe cooler. It is essentially a fancy water trough to cool the blowpipe off. Now what he just scooped up, that is called a block. And to me personally, it has kind of a Monty Python coconut vibe. But why are we even using this tool? Well, as he begins to turn this, which if you've noticed, they are turning the pipe at all times. As he is turning it in the block, the outside starts to cool just a little bit, but the inside is still nice and hot and moving around and gooey. Now, as he is shaping it and turning it at the same time, everything starts to become nice and consistent and even. And this matters because when it is time to blow a little bit more air into this, it's even everywhere. We don't want a thin spot here, somewhere thick here, or, you know, this is going to immediately pop out and blow a bubble. That's not going to end well. And if you have wondered, it makes a lot more sense and it is much easier to begin with everything nice and even than try to buff it out later on. So right now we are letting a skin develop. So the reason we were waiting a little bit before we wanted to go back into the furnace is it is much easier for hot glass to stick to a surface than hot glass to stick to hot glass. So as Gabe was turning the blowpipe on the bench, a skin started to develop, which means when he dips it back into the furnace, there is a nice round surface for all that glass to attach itself to. So the wooden paddle we just saw, that is used to shape a little bit, but currently we're using it to help block heat. Now, glass needs to be at a minimum of 1,000 degrees. So most of the time, this piece is about 12 to maybe even 1,800 degrees, and they're no more than about, what, 6 inches away from it? If that. Right now, Gabe's forearm is probably like 3 inches away from this piece. Now he's beginning to elongate this a little bit. It isn't quite the shape it will be towards the end. Now we did see them use the marving table. Now what we are doing is called paper marving. Doing this on the paper, that paper absorbs less heat, so he can do it for a little bit longer than if we were doing it on the stainless steel table. So my question is, what are these wood ladders on the floor? So earlier we didn't see it. And can we get a camera on the cane on the floor? Now, what happened a little bit earlier is somebody had a gather on the end of their glass, a gather on the end of their blowpipe, a big one. And somebody took another pipe. Oh, there it is. So what we did was somebody stood here and stayed stationary, and someone else stuck that blob of glass, and we stretched it across all of these. And instead of laying them on the concrete floor, because that's going to suck up a lot of heat very fast and crack that glass, we lay it over these wooden tracks. Now, these have been broken into the length of this, but originally they were from here to almost to that garage, that piece of equipment right there. An interesting thing about cane, if it's about this thickness, we don't need to anneal it. We can just leave it, it's ready to go. If it gets a little bit bigger, however, we do need to anneal it. Now, I don't believe Gabe is going back for another gather. Now we have Sarah at the first bench, and she is blocking. And by the way, what protects the glass from being scratched by these blocks is that steam between it. Now each bench is looking a little closer to that point of when we flip the bubble inside out. Now that glass is not orange because it is the color orange. That is due to thermal energy. It is just that hot. Now that is illuminated Kevlar, that sleeve that we just saw Gabe put on. And we see them go back and forth between wearing gloves and sleeves, or usually they are just tough as nails out here dealing with it. That tool we just saw Sarah had in her hand, these are called jacks. Now, if my microphone is the glass that she has, what we're going to do is pinch that line right here. Now this is a line of tension. Now what we're going to do with this eventually is add some water to it and break it off of that blowpipe it is on. And that little circle that is left behind from the blowpipe is where we're going to open up and flip around over that clear bubble behind me. Now, if you have just joined us, why don't we show that Swedish overlay slide again? Yeah. So the bench behind me is that kind of the green color, and that first bench is going to have that red color. And we will meet those two circular sides together and then flip one of them inside out.
About time?
I believe one more flash and it is time.
Take care. Nice chatting with you. Nice chatting with you. Okay, I gotta go get Dion. See you later. Bye. Get some emails from me.
So we have joined our two pieces. To me, this is kind of the mushroom looking phase. Go from mushroom to like a sombrero. And then eventually we get to here. So we are using the paddles to help block heat. Now the tool that Gabe has in his hand are essentially jacks with wood on the end of them. We call them wood jacks, or they're also known as pachovies. There's overlay jacks. Wait, there's still wood on the end of them? So I learned there's another level of jacks. These are overlay jacks. And whenever you hear a tool that has a name you can't really repeat again, that's because it is Italian, and a lot of the words for these tools are Italian. Now we are starting to see that this is going to turn white. The white was the inner color. And of course, we're going to slowly bring this back over itself to make sure it's nice and flush against that clear bubble. So it's gotten a little hotter down here now. It is over 100 on the temperature gauge in front of the glory hole. Now this torch is called the fluffy torch. Now that torch can get up to about 2,000 degrees. So what we see Sarah doing, she is going to punty this. Punty means to bridge. She has a solid steel rod, so it is not a blowpipe. A blowpipe is a hollow steel rod. Now, if my microphone is what Sarah has in her hand, what we're going to do is, and since this is still attached to a blowpipe on the other end, we're going to break it free and open up the other end. And we'll trim a little excess, make it a little more crisp. Now, once we know it is stuck, we'll add a little bit of water to the connection point on the blowpipe end. That will create some stress fractures. And then Gabe will give it a little tap, and that's it. Here is our water. And there you have it. So he's going to crimp the unwanted edge and trim it. And you can indeed cut glass with shears. So now we'll make this a little bit more crisp on the end. We'll add some water to break this free, and then we are all finished. And let's give our artists a hand. And off to the annealing oven it goes. And thank you so much for joining us, my friends. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.